Sure. Is it up high enough? High?
Everything should be set from yesterday.
All right. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Welcome to the 2020 Golden Clover Classic Cattle Show. So we are going to go ahead and kick it off with our feeder pens. So if you have a feeder pen, please, individual, go ahead and come up to the ring. So any feeder heifers, that would be Kale Moffett, Tessa Ellenson, Tristan Sitzman, and Larissa Sitzman.
Particular class, I would like to see her freer, especially as she handles her hawk when you set her out in motion. The heifer that comes out in third, just a heifer that's different in type and kind. This heifer, she's the stoutest in terms of just muscle and skeletal build and width and power. She's a heifer I read her as being later maturing in terms of reading where her rib shape is and just how she's put together. She's the stoutest, but she just gives up that extra eye appeal and balance as the first two heifers in this particular class. Nice class of feeder heifers to start your feeder heifer show.
Congratulations to Tessa Ellenson receiving first in our first class of feeder heifers and Kale Moffett receiving second. Now entering in the ring is our second class of feeder heifers. And this will be our second call for feeder steers. Second call for class 1 of feeder steers. My apologies, the program is not correct. Larissa Sitzman received second in that first class of feeder heifers.
for your second class of feeder heifers, I'm going to go ahead and keep all these 3 heifers in the purple ribbon category. I'm going to start with the young lady's red heifer to win this particular class, and I went ahead and made a last-minute decision as far as swapping these 2. That black heifer that's in second, I like her. I like her length. I like the front 1/3 of her body. She's really long and extended about that head. Just hold up here. That head and neck. But where it gets for me when I start studying them more, this heifer, I really like how she's open in that lower 1/3 of her body. She's more pulled apart in terms of her skeletal design. When you study her feet and legs, she's square about where her hock is when she's standing there. She has more skeletal width. She just has more to her for me, and that's why I went ahead and switched these 2. I don't like her quite as well in the front 1/3 of her body as you compare that heifer that's in second in terms of her eye appeal and femininity. But when you start that first rib and work your way back, boy, you really have to appreciate this heifer just in terms of what she has to offer in skeletal width and squareness, and nice heifer to start this class. Like I said, the heifer that comes in second. In terms of females, I love heifers that are eye appealing. I love heifers that are feminine, especially you put them in a show ring setting. And this heifer's it. I like the front 1/3 of her body, but as I sit here and study her and look at her more, where she is today, she gets plenty narrow for me at the base, and she wants to come in at her hock ever so slightly, and she gets a little bit flatter in that lower portion of her rib as you compare to the heifer that wins this particular class. But boy, in terms of just balance and eye appeal, especially in that front 1/3 of her, I really like that heifer. The heifer that comes out third, another heifer, I'm still going to leave in the purple ribbon category. In terms of skeletal width, muscle, and design, I like her. If you're to move her up in a purple ribbon category, I'd like to clean her up in her jaw, just make her more eye appealing in the front 1/3 of her body, loosen her up ever so slightly at the ground. But a really nice class of feeder heifers in your second class.
Congratulations to Lainey Sitzman receiving first in our second class of feeder heifers, and Tristan Sitzman receiving second. Also receiving blues, Kale Moffitt. Now we'll go ahead and invite those first place and second place heifers from those last 2 classes to come back into the ring to select our champion feeder heifer. This will be last call for class 1 of feeder steers.
for your final drive in your feeder heifer division. We have four good individuals out here in first and second, respectively, in their classes. The heifer that wins that first class, Baldy heifer. I love this heifer from the side in terms of her eye appeal and her balance. I like her angles in terms of where she is in her hock. I like where she is at the ground. She's a heifer, you really have to appreciate that about her. And if I was to change her, though, I would like to make her a little bit bolder in terms of where she is through her chest floor, pull her apart ever so slightly in terms of her skeletal build. Boy, but in terms of just overall femininity, eye appeal, and balance, I like her a lot. The red heifer that wins the second class, a heifer like I talked in class, a heifer that has a lot of capacity, a lot of rib shape, especially in that lower 1/3 of her body. As you step out in front of her, she's wide to that chest floor and she's wide at the base as well. And I like her skeletal width. If we were to change this female, and there is no perfect female in my mind, and I don't mean to be criticizing, I'm just showing the pros and cons of them. But this red heifer, I would like to change her in terms of her eye appeal, just her femininity in the front 1/3 of her body, especially as you compare her to the heifer that wins that first class. But I love how wide she is in terms of her skeletal width. The black and white heifer that comes in second, as we talked in class, extremely well balanced, has a lot of eye appeal. A heifer I think complements that class winner just in terms of balance from the side. A heifer, as we talked in class, I'd like to free her up ever so slightly in terms of how she handles her hock as you set her in motion, but really love this female just for her overall eye appeal. The heifer that's second in the second class, I went ahead and switched them pair, as you notice in class here. I like the front 1/3 of her body. And part of it could be is just she could be a later maturing female just in terms of filling out in that lower portion of her rib and just getting wider. But for me today, as I analyze her, I'd like to see her more pulled apart in terms of where she is in her rib, square her up ever so slightly where she is in her hock. But I think four really good heifers. I'll go show you which two I like the best out here today. But before we select your Grand Reserve feeder heifer, would everyone please give these exhibitors a round of applause?
Congratulations to Tessa Allenson, showing our champion feeder heifer. That trophy was sponsored by First Co-op out of Kingsley. Congratulations to Larissa Sitzman, showing our reserve champion feeder heifer. That trophy was sponsored by Town and Country Vet Clinic. Now entering in the ring will be our feeder steers. Following this class of feeder steers, we will go ahead and get started on our breeding show. First call for Angus heifers. First call for Angus heifers. Second call for Angus breeding heifers. Second call for Angus breeding heifers.
Just one class for your feeder steer show here today, and it's definitely been a challenging class because there's a lot of different types and kinds out here, and it's where you lay your preferences. Actually, the steer that I'm going to go ahead and start with, I think he combines the most of the best of what I'm looking for in a market animal, and these are feeder steers, but they're going to go ahead and be market steers down the road. I still like steers to have some width. I like to still see muscle shape. I still like to see shape down their top. At first, when this steer that came in, that's going to be second here today, he walks in the ring, and I'm not going to lie, in my head, as he walks in, he wins the class pretty fast, just in terms of his look and his overall balance. But as I start looking in between all three of these steers and comparing the top two, I would like to change that steer in second here today, and this is where he gets beat for me, is I'd like to make him bigger and bolder in terms of where he is in his hip. I'd like to make him bolder where he is in his pin set, and I'd like to make him just have more muscle shape as you get him from behind him. The steer that wins this particular class here today, he has more power for me on the top side of his body. He has more shape at the base. He has more width through the chest floor. But with that amount of muscle and that shape to him, he's yet really proportional in his overall design and really smooth in how he ties things together. He's not as eye-appealing as a steer in second here today, but for me, he combines more of the best in terms of true product, balance, and eye appeal. Like I said, the steer that comes in second, and he'll be your champion feeder steer, by the way, with this being one class. The steer that comes in second, like I talked, where he came in that class, if you just judge him from their side, this steer wins this class. He is the most eye-appealing. I love the front one-third of his body. He's really clean through that throat latch. He's really long and extended about that neck, and he has that show steer look as you look at him from the side. For me, I just like to see more muscle, more shape, especially as you get in from behind him, and that's why he's going to be second here today. The steer that comes in third, I like the steer in terms of skeletal width at the ground and through his chest floor. He's a steer that gets more piecey for me and is not as well balanced as the two that are above him here today. When I get over top of him and study him where he is in his cage, especially in his forerib on the top side of his body, he wants to cave in there. He just gets piecey, more piecey than what I would like to see. And he gets a little bit deeper through that chest. But a steer, you still have to appreciate his overall balance. I still like the shape he has as you get him from behind him. Nice class of feeder steers. And with this being your only class, would everyone please give a round of applause for your Grand and Reserve?
Congratulations to Larissa Sitzman, receiving Champion Feeder Steer. That trophy was sponsored by First Co-op out of Kingsley. And congratulations to Tristan Sitzman, receiving Reserve Champion Feeder Steer. That trophy was sponsored by American Bank. Now entering in the ring, we have our Angus breeding heifers. This will be first call for our Charlet breeding heifers.
Nice single entry here for your May division and your Angus category, but a heifer I think definitely could handle some competition. She's a female that has some balance. I like the turn and shape to her rib. Extremely eye appealing in the front 1/3 of her body. Nice single entry in this Angus division.
Congratulations to Chase and Yower, receiving first in our first class of Angus heifers.
Really attractive female here in this Angus class, another single entry. This young lady has done an excellent job for us getting this heifer presented, and she definitely, you can tell she spent some time with her. It looks extremely good in terms of her presentation. A heifer, I really like her overall balance when you look at her from her side. A heifer that's really square when you study her from her hooks to her pins. She has a capacity in terms of rib shape and skeletal width as well. And when you step back and look at her, I love how deep she is down through her chest and and where she is in her forerib. After I really like her in terms of overall balance, flexibility, structural correctness. Nice single entry.
Congratulations to Tessa Beetlesbacher, receiving first in our second class of Angus heifers. Now entering in the ring will be Class 3 of Angus heifers.
All right, so not only do we have Godfather's Pizza open on the south side of the arena, we also have the Boy Scout booth open. They have taco in a bag, nutty bars, Gatorade, and water. Pork producers are, I think, firing up the grill right now, so they should be opening momentarily.
For your March class in your Angus division, another good single entry here. A heifer that's definitely, I read her as being a performance-oriented female. I think that she's going to go out and do good things down the road for this young lady. A heifer that's extremely long in terms of her side. What I like most the best about her is when you set her in motion, you study her from behind, how she handles her hock and to the ground. She is square, she is wide at the ground, yet true in how she goes forward, actually out of her front end and from how she handles her rear two legs as well. A heifer, you really have to appreciate the depth of rib that she has. I think she has some skeletal width to her. If we were to change this female, I'd like to clean her up in terms of where she is in her brisket, just make her more feminine out of the front side of her body. Boy, but in terms of the rest of her and how she's put together in terms of skeletal design and just rib shape and how she handles herself, really good female in this single entry class.
Congratulations to Kendra Shipper, receiving first in our third class of Angus heifers. Now entering in the ring is Class 4 of Angus heifers. And this will be the last call for Class 5 of Angus heifers and first call again for our Charolais breeding heifers.
another high quality female in your February class group of your Angus division. A heifer that's extremely well presented. This young lady too, you could tell she's put a lot of time and work and effort in getting this heifer ready to show here today. And boy, when she comes in the ring, she just has that look, that levelness, that eye appeal, that extra wow factor in terms of just her front 1/3 of her body and just how she ties things together. And if you just step a long ways away and just look at her from the side, you have to appreciate the silhouette that she gives her just in terms of her overall balance. Really like this heifer in terms of that, in terms of femininity, eye appeal, and overall balance. If I was to get nitpicky on her, though, as you set her in motion and watch her walk away from you, she does want to get outside of herself ever so slightly at the ground. I like to see her handle her passion just a little bit better as you set her out as well. But that's getting really nitpicky on an extremely good female in this single entry class.
Congratulations to Sailor Yower, receiving first in our 4th class of breeding heifers. Entering in the ring is Class 5 breeding heifers. Again, it will be followed by our Charlet breeding heifer, and this will be first call for our class of key heifers.
For your November class in your Angus division, another female, I like this heifer in terms of her balance. She's going to be first purple, obviously, there's with being one single entry. But I like the most about this female is when you set her out in motion, too. I like females that can handle their feet and legs. Yeah, I like females that still have some width of base, that still have some shape and are smooth. I think this heifer handles herself extremely good. You set her out in motion, especially as she gets away from you. For me, in a breeding heifer division, I like to trim her up in terms of overall condition, especially through her brisket. I like to clean her up out of her tail head. I know some animals, they're just that easy doing, but for me, I'd like to see her trimmer in terms of her condition today. But nice, well-balanced female in the single entry class.
Congratulations to Paul Detloff, receiving first place out of our 5th class of Angus heifers. Now we're going to go ahead and welcome all of those Angus heifers back in to select our champion.
I have a couple reminders. The program for today's show is posted in the white display case on the south side of the arena. Again, that program is posted in the white display case on the south side of the arena. You are more than welcome to take a picture of that program with your phone so you have it available to view throughout the day. You can also view that program on the Plymouth County 4-H app. So there is an app for your phone called Plymouth County 4-H. That program and the online version of this show can be found there at that app. The online show and program is also available on Facebook. If you go to ISU Extension and Outreach Plymouth County on Facebook, again, that's ISU Extension and Outreach Plymouth County, you'll be able to find the program and the online version of this show. Exhibitors, a couple announcements for you. The first one is if you would like to sign up for the ribbon auction. The ribbon auction sign-up booth is located just inside the beef barn. Candace will help you out. So you can sign up with her. Please make sure that you get a picture of you and your animal. And then you can bring over as many ribbons and as many trophies as you would like for that picture. So again, make sure you bring your ribbons and your trophies and your animal to her, or she can come to you. That picture can be taken either just inside the beef barn with the backdrop located in the beef barn, or it can be taken at the concrete backdrop on the west side of the arena. So a couple options for you there. Also, exhibitors, there is a carved wooden bench located on the south side of the beef barn. Please make sure you sign that bench. Both the bench and your picture with your animal will be on brockauctionco.com. We do have an online auction going this year. And again, that's at brockauctionco.com.
As we pull these 5 females out here for your Angus division, all single entries in their respective age classes, the heifer that wins that first class, I like that heifer in terms of her overall balance. I like the turn and shape to her lower 1/3 portion of her rib. She's a female as you compare her to some others out here in this drive. I'd like to see a little extra wow factor in just terms of eye appeal and femininity, but a steer or a heifer, you still have to appreciate her overall capacity and balance. The heifer that comes out next, I like this heifer as well in terms of balance too. She's a heifer I like as you set her out in motion. She's square where she is in her hock. She's true as she gets away from you, and she's wide at the base as she gets away from you, or she handles her skeleton consistently on the top side of her body all the way down as you watch her walk away. She's a heifer that's deep through chest floor, extremely well balanced. Young lady has her presenting extremely good. A heifer, as you compare her to a few others out here too, I guess I'd like to see her just a tick prettier, have more eye appeal, especially where she is in her neck and the front 1/3 of her body. But a heifer I like a lot in terms of overall balance. The heifer that wins that third class, this is the cow, I would say, in terms of just being a performance-oriented type female. She's long-sided. She's broody in terms of her overall look. She has a lot of performance. She's clean about her joints. She's good on where she is in her pasture and at the ground. I like where she sits in terms of her structural correctness. For me, as you set around the show ring, and this is the show ring here today, so it's important to have performance. It's important to have all the extras, but I'd like to see her have more look in terms of just eye appeal and design, have that more of a show look as a silhouette as you step back and look at her from the side. The heifer that wins the next class. I like this heifer a lot, and she catches my eye, and when she walks in the ring and she has show heifer written all over, just in terms of look, balance, eye appeal, femininity, and just have that extra show look, just that extra to her. Yet she's a heifer as you get in from behind her. I like how big and bold as she is in terms of her rib. She's open at the top side of her rib as well. As we talked in class, she's not perfect. As you set her away and get her in motion, she likes to get outside of herself ever so slightly, but that's getting pretty nitpicky on a heifer that has a lot of good to her in terms of just that show look, that capacity, that eye appeal, and overall balance. And the heifer that wins that November division, a heifer that's long-sided, she's deep ribbed. For me, like to trim her up in her overall condition. With that said, I'll go ahead and show you which two I like the best for your Angus division today. But before I show you which two I like the best, would everyone please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to Sailor Yower, receiving our Champion Angus breeding heifer, and to Tessa Beetlesbacher, receiving our Reserve Grand Champion breeding Angus heifer. Those trophies were sponsored by Held's Angus. Now entering the ring will be our Shar breeding heifers, and followed by our Key heifers.
Just a single entry and only one in your Charolais division, but this heifer is definitely could handle some competition. Heifer that's an April female that with her being in that age group, boy, she has a ton of performance. A heifer, I'm going to call her a multifunctional, multi-purpose type breeding animal. And what I mean by that is I think you could set her out and put her in a pasture down the road, and you can mate her with a lot of different bulls, whether you're trying to get steers, you're trying to get breeding females, or you're trying to produce bulls. I like this heifer a lot in terms of her balance. I like her power. I like her shape in terms of where she is in her rib. I like the shape as you get in from behind her. I like the cleanliness she is where she is in her joints. She's big-footed. She's really cool to look at in the front one-third of her body. She's really long and extended, and it just has that extra femininity about her head and neck. Extremely good female in your Charolais division.
Congratulations to Sailor Yower, receiving champion Charlotte Heifer. That trophy was sponsored by Kim and Jim Yower. Now entering in the ring is our key heifers. And this will be first call for pulled Herefords.
Another single entry here in your Kiania division. Another heifer, you really have to appreciate her overall eye appeal and balance. She's a heifer that has some spring ribs, some capacity to her in terms of just skeletal width. She's a female. If I was to change her, you set her out in motion, I'd like to see her handle her hip and how she comes down her hock and how she handles herself getting around. She wants to get up, shuffle up underneath of herself ever so slightly. But if you look at her from all that forward, I think she has a lot of balance and she has some eye appeal. Nice single entry here in your Kenya division.
Congratulations to Mason Peters, receiving Grand Champion Key Heifer. Now entering in the ring will be all our pulled Hereford heifers. That trophy was sponsored by Udell Cattle Company. First call for Limb Flex heifers.
single entry here in your Hereford division, an October female and a heifer I like quite a bit. A heifer that's extremely well balanced, a lot like some other females that we've seen today. But what I like most about this heifer is, you know, she's pulled apart in terms of her skeletal width. She's big and open on the top side of her rib. I love where she is in her pin set and out of her hip. She has some muscle expression. She has the right type of muscle, what I like to see. You set her out, she has a pop. She's not too much, but she does have some expression there. What you really have to appreciate that about her. She's a female that's big and bold at the lower 1/3 portion of her body. She's a heifer that has some flexibility at the ground, and I love where she is in her pastern. Really long and extended about that front. Extremely feminine in overall look. Real high quality female to start your Hereford division.
Congratulations to Kylie Allen, receiving first in our first class of polled Herefords.
I just received the word that the pork producers are now available. They're now open and selling. They have pork chops in a glove and pork loin sandwiches. So if you're hungry, we've got the pork producers. We also have Godfather's Pizza. And don't forget, the Boy Scout booth on the west side of the arena is also open. And they have taco in a boat, nutty bars, bomb pops, Gatorade, and water.
Last call for limb flex heifers. First call for maintainer heifers.
In your April class of your Herefords, another heifer I really appreciate about this female, just in terms of of her internal dimension. She has a ton of capacity, and as you get in from behind her, she's big and bold at the top side of her rib. She has a power and shape in terms of skeletal width. She's big and bold that lower 1/3 portion of her rib as well. Just a lot of capacity in this female. Nice single entry.
Congratulations to Kylie Allen, receiving first out of our second class of polled Herefords. Now we will go ahead and select your grand champion polled Hereford.
two high quality females in your Hereford division, and it's pretty close between these two females. The heifer that wins the first class, I like this heifer in terms of how she looks in her overall eye appeal and femininity. Love her out of the front 1/3 of her body. I like her a lot when you set her out in motion. She handles her hawk into the ground and where in her pasturing is. You set her out. I like the flexibility there. I like the overall balance. I like the smoothness and how she ties things together, like we talked about in class. I like that extra shape she has in terms of her muscle definition. Heifer that's a high quality female that has a lot of good to her in terms of overall balance and that extra show heifer silhouette to her when you step back and look at her from the side. The heifer that wins the second class, at times I get up on her and I look at her and she looks like she's really tight for me right behind her shoulder. I think part of that is just she's a tick fuller today and makes her look that way. For me, I like this female in terms of skeletal width, extra shape, overall capacity. I think she has a lot of good to her. As we compare these two females, for me, it gets down to when you set these girls in motion. I like the flexibility at the ground, the softness of pasture in the heifer in the October female, and that's where she's going to go ahead and win this particular division. The young man will be champion, the girl in second will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kylie Allen, receiving champion and reserve champion polled Herefords. Those trophies were sponsored by Sargison Trucking. Now entering the ring, we have our Limb Flex heifer, which will be followed by our Maintainer heifer. First call for Simmental heifers.
Single entry here in your main and Jew division. Boy, when this young lady brought this heifer out at first, she had that head jacked up in there, and boy, my first impression is it almost looks like an ostrich. That neck is like straight up out of her shoulder, and I like that about her. Love where her head and neck placement is up out of that shoulder. I like the angle of her shoulder from the top side to the point. She's a female that has some depth of rib, heifer that's extremely well balanced. She's really square up out of her hip, wide about her pin set. Nice single entry for this young lady.
Congratulations to Tinley Bulkey, showing your champion Limb Flex heifer. That trophy was sponsored by Carter Angus. Now entering in the ring is our Maintainer heifer, which will be followed by Simmental heifers.
This is a reminder for exhibitors interested in participating in the ribbon auction. To sign up for the ribbon auction, you can meet with Candace just inside the beef barn. She'll get you all squared away. Please make sure that you get a picture taken with you and your animal, and you can bring over as many trophies and ribbons as you have. You can have your picture taken either inside the beef barn with the backdrop in there, or there is a backdrop, the concrete one on the west side of the building. So either one of those locations you can have your picture taken at with Candace. Also, exhibitors, please do not forget to sign the wooden bench located just inside the beef barn. Both the bench and the ribbon auction will be on brockauctionco.com. Again, that's brockauctionco.com.
Young man's maintainer female heifer that definitely can handle some competition. I would call this heifer more of a smaller to moderate type female. When she goes out and this young man puts her in the real life as a brood cow, a heifer, you step back and look at her from the side. You have to appreciate the levelness of design, appreciate the rib shape that she has, a heifer that has some balance to go along with that. Nice single entry.
Congratulations to Jarrett Westhoff showing your champion maintainer heifer. That trophy was sponsored by Carter Angus. Now entering in the ring is our first class of Simmental heifers, which will be followed by our Foundation Simmental heifers.
Good class to start your Simmental division. The heifers that are 1 and 2, I think, are different in their type and kind. For me, the heifer separates herself up top, just in terms of how smooth she is. I think she ties things together in a more smooth package. How she ties it from her shoulder into that forerib. She's flatter about where she is in her shoulder. A heifer you set around motion, she handles her hock and at the ground better than the heifer that's in second. Yeah, the heifer that's at second. I like her skeletal width. I like her shape. She is stouter than the heifer that wins this class. She gets a little bit coarser in how she handles her hawk and at the ground. You set her out in motion. She gets a tick coarse for me, especially in her front 1/3 of her body and where she is in her shoulder, as you compare to the heifer that wins this particular class. And she's carrying a little bit more condition than what I'd like to see. I'd like to trim her up ever so slightly. But a heifer, you really have to appreciate the product that she has in terms of skeletal width and overall balance. Nice class of Simmental breeding heifers.
Congratulations to Tristan Sitzman showing your champion semi heifer. And congratulations to Taylor DeRocher on showing your reserve champion semi heifer. Now entering in the ring are our foundation semi heifers, which will be followed by commercial heifers. Those trophies were sponsored by Phil Shanerock Cattle.
definitely the most challenging class here today, and I know there's only 2 entries out here, but both these heifers are high quality, and you depend on what you base your opinion on and what you believe is ideal. You can argue these heifers either way. I think there's good things about both these females, and there's things that you could fix about both these females, in my opinion. For me, what it gets down to is I like so much about each one of them. When both of them walked in, they both hit me really hard. I got to start thinking about, in the back of my head, if I was to take one of these heifers and put them on a trailer, take them home with me and put them in my cow operation, that's the one I'd want. And that's what it gets down for me here today is I like this, and this is the one I would take out of these 2. So for me, this heifer that wins this particular class, she does so in terms of just skeletal width and power, especially down low. She has more to her in terms of muscle mass. And I know, yes, these are females. I still like to see shape. I still like to see muscle. It needs to be the right type. It doesn't need to be coarse, and her muscle shape is not coarse. She is wide. She is smooth in terms of her muscle shape, and just true skeletal width and dimension. As she stands here, she naturally stands wide up out of her front, but not too wide, and wide out of her back. And when you watch her and she gets away from you and you set her in motion, she is square at her hock. She's wider at the base, which reads truer in terms of muscle width and skeletal width than the heifer that's in second. I like this heifer's balance. I like her eye appeal. If I was to change her, and this is the first thing I just about started with the heifer in second, when you start studying her, she is coarser on the top side of her shoulder. When you study where the point of her shoulder is and goes up, she's not as smooth there, and as that ties back up into that forerib, and that's where that heifer in second has that advantage. She's smoother on the top side of her shoulder, and as she comes back, and I will give that to her, she is smoother. But typically in cattle that are stouter in terms of skeletal width, I'm going to have some give and take there, and I'm going to take a little bit more shoulder, a little bit more there to get the extra power in terms of skeletal width and mass that this heifer that wins this particular class. If we were to change this female from me, she is carrying a tick more condition than what I'd like to see. So I'd like to trim her up ever so slightly there. I'd like to smooth her up in her shoulder just ever so slightly, but I'm not taking that away from her. I just think that's just who she is in terms of skeletal width and how she is put together. The heifer that's in second, and this heifer right away, I was going to use this heifer just in terms of smoothness, proportionality, how she ties things together from the front side all the way back. She's the heifer that has an advantage. If you want a flatter shoulder type female, she ties extremely good up into that forerib. She's extremely well balanced. I love this heifer. You set her out in motion. She's flexible in terms of her hock and to the ground. For me, I'd like to make her wider at the base. I'd like to see more to her in terms of where she is in her muscle shape down low. She's smooth, but I'd like to see more of her. And that's where she gets beat for me here today, just in terms of skeletal width and extra power. But boy, this is a really good heifer. You like one in terms of just eye appeal, femininity. Extremely good heifer in your foundation Simmental class.
Congratulations to Sophie Beetlesbacher, showing our champion foundation semi. And congratulations to Bailey Yower, showing our reserve champion foundation semi heifer. Those trophies were sponsored by Randy and Deb Croce. Now entering in the ring is our first class of commercial heifers.
This is just another reminder that our program for today's show can be found in the display case on the south end of the arena. You're more than welcome to take a picture of that program so that way you have it in your phone. The program is also visible on Facebook. If you go to ISU Extension and Outreach Plymouth County, you can find it there. There's also a Plymouth County 4-H app where you can find that program as well. We are live today, so we are live streaming this show, and that live video can be found online, again, at ISU Extension and Outreach Plymouth County on Facebook. It could also be found on our Plymouth County 4-H app.
Your first class of commercial heifers, the heifer that wins the class comes to the top pretty quick for me. She is the most ladylike in terms of her feature and her look. She's extremely feminine. A heifer, you really have to appreciate that about her. Front 1/3 of her body, she's extremely well balanced. Heifer that's level in her overall design. Really good single or heifer to win this particular class. The heifer that comes out next definitely has an advantage in terms of rib and body in relation to her frame compared to the heifers 3 and 4 here today. She just gives that extra femininity and that extra ladylike look as the heifer that wins this particular class, but you still have to appreciate this young lady's heifer in terms of overall balance. As we get down in 3 and 4, the young man's heifer that comes in 3 definitely has an advantage of turn and shape to that lower 1/3 of a rib. As you get in from behind her, she's square about her hock and just has more true skeletal width than the heifer that comes in 4th. And after that concludes the class, I like this heifer in terms of length of side and overall eye appeal. Just gets flatter in terms of her rib shape, gets in at her hock ever so slightly as well. But a nice class of crossbred or commercial breeding heifers.
Congratulations to Larissa Sitzman receiving first in our first class of commercial heifers, and Kennedy Sitzman receiving second. Also receiving blues, Michael Murrah and Andrew Murrah. Entering the ring now is class 2 of commercial heifers.
In your second class of commercial heifers, young man brings a good heifer out here, a heifer that's definitely production oriented. She's a heifer that's long-sided. She's a heifer that's good in terms of how she handles her feet at the ground. A heifer that has some eye appeal to go along with that. Nice single entry.
Congratulations to Jace Fisher, receiving first in our second class of commercial heifers. Now we are going to go ahead and select our champion commercial heifer. Following this, we will bring back in all of our division winners to select our grand champion overall breeding heifer.
In this commercial drive, the heifer that wins that class, this heifer, you really have to appreciate that extra class and that look and that eye appeal and the extra ladylike feature that she has. She's a heifer that just has that extra look to her as you compare to the other three females out here. Not only as you set her in a ring, but a cow you could take her out and put her in a pasture and be proud to look at that every day. I think a heifer that's extremely well balanced. I like her angles. I like her flexibility. Really high quality female to win that first class. The heifer that wins the second class, a heifer that, like I said, more production in terms of her, how she's built. She's long-sided. She's big in terms of her bone work and foot at the ground. Gives up that extra rib shape and balance as a heifer that wins that first class, but I still like that heifer in terms of just her length of side and her length out of her front one-third of her body. The heifer that's second in that first class, a heifer, I call her small and moderate to her frame, a heifer that's extremely well balanced. She's deep down through her heart, gives up that extra look as a heifer that wins that first class. But I think three really good females to represent your county fair and your commercial heifer division. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady that won the first class. She'll be your champion commercial. Congratulations. It gets closer for me out here for reserve. I think there's some give and take between these two females. And like I talked earlier, it gets down to what I believe and what I like. It's one person's opinion on this given day. If I was to take both these, have a choice between these two females, I would take the young man's female home with me, but that one will be reserved. Congratulations.
Okay, sorry, I missed it. Was it Jace, the young man, or the boy? Perfect.
Yeah.
And then did you judge at University? Congratulations to Larissa Sitzman, showing your champion commercial heifer. Reserve champion commercial heifer was shown by Jace Fisher. Those trophies were sponsored by GHB Consulting. Again, now we are going to go ahead and go into our champion breeding heifer drive. So if you had a class winner from each of the divisions previously, please go ahead and make your way back to the ring. Following our selection of the champion breeding heifer for today, we are going to jump right into performance beef. So if you have any performance beef calves, please go ahead and start prepping those to enter the show ring. As these heifers enter the ring, we would like to take a moment to thank our judge for being with us today. His name is Vaughn Sievers, and he grew up on a show cattle operation in Randolph, Nebraska. He then went on to judge at a community college and then attended the University of Nebraska, where he finished his education. He has judged multiple shows across the Midwest, and we're very lucky to have him with us today. So let's give him a round of applause.
First off, this has been a lot of fun to sort through your livestock and with your youth here today. And as a county, and if you're just outside watching and just being here today, you should be proud of the youth, be proud of the families and the quality that you have to represent your county here today, because there is a ton of quality here. And I've had the opportunity in the past. I came and watched my dad here a few years ago judge 4 county, and I knew that the quality is good, and it was just an honor to be asked to come here and judge, and I knew they would be good. So I'm going to go ahead and talk them all here real briefly. I mean, it's a beautiful day, awesome weather. If it was 100 degrees, beating down, and we're all sweating, just ready to get out here, it'd be different. But I'm going to go ahead and talk each one here real quick. And as you evaluate livestock, and I know a lot of you show at different shows, and you know that there's people that have laid their preferences different. We all have an ideal animal that what we look for and what we like the most. Hopefully you can understand some of the things that I'm looking for, and I know I don't talk maybe like midterm type stuff like flat-made, flat-shouldered. I want breeding females that still have some muscle shape, and I know that term is not talked very much. I think it should be. But it should be the right type of muscle. I think it needs to be a muscle shape that's good enough they can handle it, not too coarse where that cow will go out and be hard doing down the road. But anyway, as we get started, this Angus female wins that particular division. As you compare to the rest of this class out here today, she's the classy one. You got to love her in the front 1/3 of her body. She's extremely feminine and angular about that head and neck. I love how I get in front of her. Extremely feminine, just that ladylike look to her and that show heifer look as you step out from the side of her. A heifer that's extremely well balanced, level in her design. If we were to change this female for me, and I noticed it earlier on in class, and I'd like to change her on how she handles her back foot, especially as she gets away from me. She wants to get out ever so slightly, and I'd like to square up how she handles her hock all the way down to that pastern and that foot at the ground as she gets away. A heifer I still think represents that breed extremely good, extremely well balanced with a ton of eye appeal. The Charolais heifer that wins that class, that division, just a single entry. But as I called her in class, she is a multi-purpose, multifunctional female. I think you can go a lot of different avenues with this female. Where we sit in the Midwest, Iowa, and where I'm from in Nebraska, we can have females that are bigger, that have more meat to them, have more shape to them, and yet they could still hold their own because they don't have to go out and roam large areas. I know in different areas of the country, she might be too much. But for me, and I think she fits this area extremely well. I think, like we talked in class, you can go with this female and breed her to a bull and make bulls out of her. You can breed her to a bull and still make females. She's a female with a lot of power, yet she's smooth in how her muscle design is. She's smooth in her joints. She handles herself extremely good in terms of when you set her out in motion, and with a ton of eye appeal. She's really long and extended about that neck as well. The heifer that wins the semi division, I like this heifer a lot. Just tons of capacity, tons of rib shape. I like how she is where she is in her forerib. She carries back to the midsection and backing up to her flank. Yeah, I realize she is carrying a tick more condition than what I'd like to see, and I would like to trim her up ever so slightly. But boy, what I like most about her is her skeletal width. Yet she's square and true at the ground, and when you watch her walk away from you, she's wide, she's square from, when you study out of her front end, from internal knee to knee, she's square and all the way down, yet wide in terms of her skeletal width. Not only up top, but she ties it all the way down to the base. She's a female that still has some muscle shape to her, yet the right kind of muscle. With all that said, I think she's extremely well balanced and has some eye appeal. Like that heifer a lot. The heifer that wins the limb flex division in terms of just balance and levelness and completeness, that heifer I sure like quite a bit. For me, I'd like to see more of her in terms of shape and muscle as you get in from behind her, more skeletal width, especially as you study her on the move, and when she stands, I'd like to see her wider as she handles herself at the base, but her skeleton just can't handle that up top to go down low. But a heifer, boy, you have to love this female for her overall balance. And like I said, when that young lady gets that head out of her top side of her shoulder, she is up there and she is out there on that shoulder. The Hereford heifer that wins that particular division, I like this heifer quite a bit. Her femininity, her angularity, her overall balance. She's level up out of her hip. She's a heifer where as you look at her from the side, you wouldn't think that she's that powerful in terms of skeletal width, but she has some width to her. She has some power to her. Yet the right type of muscle design. She has a lot of turn and shape to her rib. I think this is a high quality Hereford female. The heifer that wins your commercial division. The heifer that's, I'd call her more small to moderate in her frame. Heifer that's big in her rib, big in terms of capacity, gives up that extra wow factor and look as you compare it to some of the other heifers that win some of these other divisions. But boy, you sure have to appreciate that female and just in terms of overall balance that she has. The heifer that wins that next division, heifer, I like her in terms of her balance. Like we talked in class, she gets up on herself ever so slightly. Would like to change that about her. And then the other two females, I went ahead and I pulled the heifers that I like the best, and I want to get them next to each other. Them are the ones that are up front here, not taking any away from the females that are down there. I think there's just more to these females up here, just in terms of balance, that extra wow factor and look and femininity and eye appeal. But I think you should be proud of your projects down here. There's just a few that, in my opinion, I like better up top. With that said, like I said earlier, just one person's opinion on this given day. I talked in a class. I try to place animals as if I had my trailer here, I'd want to load them up and take them home, and that's how I'm going to do it. I'll go ahead and show you which two that I like the best here today. But before I show you which two I like the best, would everyone please give these exhibitors a round of applause for an excellent breeding heifer show.
Congratulations to Sophie Beetlesbacher, receiving your Grand Champion Breeding Heifer. That trophy was sponsored by Randy and Deb Croce.
The heifer that comes second in that particular division, an extremely high quality female as well that has a lot of look, has that lady design to her and overall femininity, really well balanced. She complements this top end of your breeding heifer show extremely well too. So I'll go ahead and show you which one I like for reserve.
Congratulations to Sailor Yower, receiving a reserve breeding heifer. That trophy is sponsored by Gerald and Eileen Johnson. We're now going to go ahead and head into our performance beef section of today's show. And entering the ring now will be a class 1 of our performance beef. Again, we want to give you all a friendly reminder to practice social distancing, and we have hand sanitizer located around the pavilion and in the barns.
Very nice. Another announcement about food real quick. Please don't forget, we do have Godfather's Pizza on the south end of the arena. They also have monkey bread, which looks really delicious. And then the Boy Scout booth is open on the west side of the arena. They have everything from taco in a bag to nutty bars, bomb pops, Gatorade, and water. The Plymouth County pork producers are on the east side of the arena. They have pork chop in a glove and pork loin chop sandwiches. Exhibitors, please don't forget about ribbon auction sign-ups. The sign-up is located just inside the beef barn. You can sign up with those ladies in there. Please make sure you get a picture taken with you and your animal. You can bring up as many ribbons and trophies as you would like for that picture. The ribbon auction is available on brockauctionco.com. Again, that's brockauctionco.com. And exhibitors, please don't forget to sign that bench inside the beef barn as well. Thank you.
For your performance steer division, the young man steer that wins this particular class, he does so, especially when you just get your hands on him. He's more uniform in his condition from his first rib to the 12th, 13th. He's a steer that he has an advantage as you set him out in motion. He's wide at the base, tracks wider than the steer that's in second. Not taking anything away from the young lady steer in second, because this steer still has some shape, especially on the top side of his body. He's not as wide at the base, and he's not as uniform in terms of his overall condition when you get your hands on him, but I think two high quality steers. And the young man's red steer at the end, just in terms of length aside, and you put this steer to the rail, there's going to be some meat there just from his overall length. And I think that's what that steer has to offer. He gives up some shape and some muscle expression as you compare him to these two steers, but I think three good steers to start your performance steer division off.
Congratulations to Reed Huth receiving first in our first class of performance beef, and Paige Huth receiving second. Also receiving blues, Aaron Johnson. Now entering in the ring is our second class of performance beef.
second class of performance steers, and I know this is a little bit different division, but still, I think the two steers that come to the top of the class, I know the steer that wins, he's definitely a show. He has a show look to him, but yet still in terms of performance, I think both these steers up top, they're further along in terms of where they are in their condition, and I'd be more comfortable with these two when they go to the rail, and this is the county fair, this is an end point. I'd feel more comfortable with these two up top, and especially the steer that wins the class. And he has this advantage of all the other steers in the class. He's carrying more condition on the top side of his 12th, 13th rib. You get your hand in his flank. He's carrying extra condition there, and some external factors from his brisket and up to his tailhead. You can see he's carrying more there as well. He's further along and just more ready to go to the rail here today. Yet, just in terms of sheer stoutness, boy, this guy is big topped. He is big up out of his hip. He carries that muscle shape down into his outer twist along with his inner twist. A lot of steers, you don't see that much shape internally in between leg to leg. This steer has it. He's big in terms of just overall power and muscle shape. I really like this steer and what he has to offer, not only when you put him to the rail in terms of just cutability and sheer red meat yield, but also in terms of just fat and where he is in doneness here today, and he's really well balanced to go along with that. The steer that comes in second, I think he follows the steer that wins this particular class in terms of just sheer cutability and meat and muscle. He gives up some shape to the steer that wins this particular class, and he's not quite as uniform and doesn't have quite as much cover over the top side of his rib, the steer that wins this particular class, but you still have to appreciate the pop and shape and muscle as you get in from behind the steer. The steer that comes in third, a steer that's extremely uniform as you look at him from the side. He gives up some muscle shape, especially in his lower twist and through his stifle, and there's two steers that are 1 and 2 in this particular class. And we'd like to see more condition over the top side of his rib to compete against the steers that are 1 and 2. And the steer that concludes the class, the steer, I do like how this guy handles, and he may have a tick more on the top side of his rib. But as you think about red meat yield, cutability to the rail, I think the steer that's in third and the steers above him here just have more to them as you study the external factors in terms of just muscle shape and skeletal width. Nice class of performance market steers.
Congratulations to Jordan Beetlesbacher, receiving first place and in Class 2 Performance Beef. And congratulations to Reagan Peters, receiving second. Also receiving blues, Jacob Schweitzberger and Jaden Birkenpass. Now entering in the ring, Class 3 at Performance Beef, I forgot to announce, in our last class of performance beef, Jaden Birkenpass had 9th place average daily gain with her steer and 3.68.
Another good class here, performance steers, and the steer that wins this class comes up top pretty quick for me. He's a steer, I think he has a lot of shape of him. When you study him down his top, he's wide over the top side of his loin, he's big in his hip, he has some muscle expression in his stifle. He's a steer that's pulled apart in terms of the skeletal width, but yet has a lot of meat on top of that skeleton and handles it extremely good. And when you get your hands on him, I like where he is in terms of his finish. I think he has the advantage, not only in terms of balance, how he ties things together, but yet when you think about these steers and they're going to go to the rail and you're going to pull that hide off the top of them, he's going to have the most to present in terms of just sheer muscle hanging from the rail. And as you compare him to these other the other three steers, I think a high quality steer to win this particular class. The steer that comes out second, I like how this steer handles when you get your hands on over top of his rib. He's soft, he's fresh to the touch. That 12th, 13th rib, he gives up some muscle shape and some expression as you get in from behind him, especially through his stifle. He gives up some shape on the top side of his body as well as the steer that wins this particular class. But I like where this steer is in terms of just his overall cover and finish ability here today. The steer that comes in third, another steer that has some pop and some extra muscle shape. He gives up some length, he gives up some cutability and just extra sheer meat in him than the two steers that are 1 and 2. I still like this steer just in terms of overall balance. I would just like to see more of them. And the steer that concludes the class, just a steer that he's a big steer, he's a tall steer. For me, I think when this steer is finished, he'll be a good steer to the rail. He just needs some more time on feed to be more market ready to go. For me here today, he's just too green in his overall finish and touch to be higher in this particular class. But 4 good steers in your performance class.
Congratulations to Brooke Beadlesbacher receiving first in that last class, and Parker Luch receiving second. Parker also placed 11th in rate of gain with 3.63 for an average daily gain. Now entering in the ring is Class 4 of Performance Beef. In this class of Performance Beefs, Cooper Luch also received 10th place in average daily gain with 3.65. Jaden Birkenpass, 8th place with an average daily gain of 3.74. Jersey Divis, 7th place with average daily gain of 3.83. Ava Von Drack, 5th place, average daily gain of 3.99. And Mick Schnepp, 4th place with an average daily gain of 4.01. Let's give them a round of applause.
Another good class here in the performance division, and as we talk about and I think about performance steers, and this is a county fair and this is their end point, so it's extremely important, and I think it's very critical for exhibitors to know why we raise steers, why we raise beef in general, and the end point is to put a product that's going to be going to the rail, that's going to be the right type of product for whoever is buying that. And the right type of product, it's variable depending on what kind of grid you're going to be judged upon, or where you're going to get them extra premiums. And that's going to be hard to tell. I mean, far as if you look from choice, select, standard, I mean, them prime, I mean, you it's hard to tell that from standing out here until you get them the rail and you look at that loin and you see that marbling and that fat in there to see where they're going to grade. For looking at these performance steers externally and what I'm looking for, I'm wanting steers that still have some muscle, that have some shape, that have some external components of just that extra definition. And that steer that wins this class, I think, combines the most of the best. I went ahead and switched this young man's steer with the steer that's in second here today. I think both these steers definitely have the advantage in terms of cuttability and red meat yield to the rail. However, when I get my hands on the top of these guys, this black steer is bigger and bolder about his loin compared to this steer that's going to be second here today. Externally, I realize I can't judge internally and how deep that loin goes, but externally, this steer is bigger over his top. I would presume the steer is going to hang a bigger loin eye, and once again, that depends on where your grid is and who's buying them. Sometimes that huge loin eye, some packers don't want that large loin eye. They want a smaller loin eye where they can make a thicker steak. Some of them want a bigger steak that they can make a smaller cut. It's all relevant to whoever's buying it. But for me, I still like cattle, especially performance cattle, that have some extra width, that have some extra muscle and stoutness. That's where this steer is going to have this advantage in this particular class. I like how all these steers handle. I like where they are in their finish. So it really gets down to how much muscle they have, how much width, and how much extra product that they have. That's where these two steers come to the top of the class, and that's why the steer wins this class and beats the steer that's in second, just in terms of width, especially over his loin. The red baldy steer, I like this steer's shape. I like the steer, what I can imagine in my mind when he goes the rail and you pull his hide off, what he's going to look like. I think he's going to have some shape through his round, and he's going to have some muscle up through his chuck. He's going to have that extra cutability to him. He's not big and bold about as square as his loin as a steer that wins this particular class, but a steer, you still have to appreciate the amount of product that this guy has. The steer that comes in third, I like this steer in terms of balance. I like where he is in his condition. He gives that extra muscle shape and just stoutness of skeletal width as the steers that are 1 and 2 in this particular class. And the red steer that comes out next, another steer that's extremely well balanced. For me, to move him higher, I'd like to see more shape, more pop and definition in terms of muscle expression as you get in from behind him. But he still has an advantage in terms of length of side and cutability as a steer that concludes the class. The steer that concludes the class, I like this steer, and typically in my profession, I work with feedlots as well. These types of steers typically will grade higher, like in that choice prime. It's hard to tell, but for me externally, I would like to see him be longer sided. I'd like to see more muscle shape as you get in from behind him to compete against the steers that are ahead of him here today. But a steer, I think, is still really good in his own right. Nice class of performance steers.
Congratulations to Jersey Divis receiving first place and Anna Von Drack receiving second. Also receiving blues, Cooper Luch, Jaden Bergenpass, and Mick Schnepp. Now entering in the ring is Class 5 of our performance beef. In this class, we have Max Schnepp, who received 6th place with an average daily gain of 3.86. Ava Von Drack, who received 3rd place with an average daily gain of 4.22. Mitchell Schnepp, who received 2nd place with an average daily gain of 4.51. And Nicholas Von Drack, who had 1st place with an average daily gain of 4.53. Let's give them a round of applause.
in your final class of performance steers, you look all four of these steers and you look at their average daily gain. Well, these guys have done these exhibitors done a good job, and steers have done really well of gaining and getting here today. And the steer that wins this particular class, he combines the most of the best. He's a steer, he's really proportional in his design. You get him from behind him, he's big and square at the top side of his shoulder. He's open and wide at the top side of his rib. He's big and square in his loin. He definitely has the most shape from the top side of his shoulder all the way back. I think his high cut ability steer that has a lot of balance. A steer that has, I think when he goes the rail, he's going to be a higher cut ability type steer. And as you study his factors down low, he's wide at the base and wide in terms of his skeletal width. The red steer that comes out next, he doesn't handle quite as uniform as the steer that wins this particular class. He's not as big and bold in his loin as the steer that wins this particular class, and I don't think he's going to be hanging that big of a loin eye compared to the steer that wins, but a steer that still has some length of side, he has some skeletal width, he has some muscle expression, he has extra balance. That's where he beats the steers that are 3 and 4. I went ahead and switched 3 and 4 the steers here towards the end. The steer that's in fourth, the steer he does have a tick more width in terms of skeletal width than the steer in third. But as you get your hands on these two steers and you get your hands over the top side of that loin, there's just more shape in his top in the steer that's in third. He's longer sided. When these steers go to the rail, I think the steer in third here has more to offer in terms of red meat yield than the steer that's in fourth, just in terms of length of side, and you study him down his top. He doesn't have as much shape in his expression as you get in from behind him, but I still think he has that advantage just in his overall length. Not taking anything away from the steer that's in fourth, and I know some of these steers are pretty big, 1,600 pounds, but I'm not taking that away from him. I think that's very real. There's a lot of steers that go to the packing house today that are weighing every bit of that and not getting docked. So the steer that concludes the class, he's big ribbed, steer that has some shape over his top. He's a steer I'd just like to make him longer in terms of his side to compete against that steer that's in third. But a nice class of performance steers.
Congratulations to Ava Von Drack receiving first and Nicholas Von Drack receiving second. Now we're going to go ahead and have all of those class winners come back into the ring to select our champion performance beef. Following this, we're going to move right into our market heifers.
It's been fun to sort through your performance division here today, and I think we have 5 steers that are good steers on the outside here. I'll go ahead and talk them here real quick, and the steer that wins the first class, I like this steer in terms of his overall build. I like what he has to offer in terms of width. For me, as you compare him to the rest of the steers in the class, I'd like to see him further along in terms of maturity and where he is in his condition and market readiness here today. But as steers still have to appreciate his overall balance. The steer that comes out that wins the second class, he's not as big as the other steers in this class, and I realize this is a performance-oriented class. However, there is a degree of performance of when you get cattle really big, sometimes they're not the most efficient. I look at a lot of closeouts as well too, so as soon as you start feeding them cattle, they keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, your cost of gain starts getting more and they're not as efficient. So I think where my point is on this, I do like long-sided cattle. I like cattle that have meat. I like cattle that are going to go to the rail and put a product to the rail and have some cutability about them. There's some bigger steers in terms of length of side than the steer that wins the second class. But where this steer has an advantage over some of the other steers is freshness. He is 12 o'clock on where he is in terms of market readiness, ready to go to the rail. When you get your hands on him, he's soft up in that forerib, and he carries it consistently all the way back to his 12th and 13th. And on the top side of his rib and on top of his loin, this steer handles the freshest out of all these steers out here. Yet he's a steer, I think when you get in from behind him, he has a lot of muscle expression and meat in him too. The white steer that wins the third class, I like this steer in terms of just overall skeletal width, mass, width over his top, on the top side of his shoulder, carries it back all the way back up into his loin. This steer, I think when you put him to the rail, I think he's right there in terms of what you need in terms of cutability and muscle when you put him onto the rail. The steer that comes in the next class, I like this steer in terms of just sheer power and muscle and mass. A steer that maybe not quite as fresh in terms of his touch. And when I talk about being 12 o'clock and performance oriented, I see that as being efficient as well. For me, he gets a little bit stale in terms of how he handles. He gets a little bit harder in his condition on the top side of his rib. But this steer has a lot to offer in terms of meat and muscle. And that goes with the steer that concludes the last class. I don't want to take anything away from a big steer. I think a big steer is good. I think a big steer, especially selling, you get paid by the pound. So as long as they're fresh. If they're big and fresh and you don't have to worry about the efficiency going down, then that big steers work really good. I like this steer. He has a lot of capacity, a lot of shape over his top. A steer that has a lot of meat in him as well. With that said, I'll go ahead and show you which two I like the best for your performance division. But before we do that, would everyone please give these exhibitors a round of applause?
Congratulations to Jordan Beetlesbacher, showing your Grand Champion Performance Beef. That trophy is sponsored by Plymouth County Cattlemen's Association. And Reserve Champion Performance Beef, shown by Brooks Beetlesbacher. That trophy is donated by Plendle Feed. We're going to go ahead and move into our market heifer portion of today. So Class 1 of market heifers will be entering in the ring. This will be first call for Class 2 of market heifers.
I'd just like to remind everybody about our food options this afternoon, in case you're getting hungry. Our first one is Godfather's Pizza. They have pizza and monkey bread. Yeah, I was like, what am I eating over there? It's monkey bread. It's delicious. And then the pork producers have really great pork loin sandwiches and pork chop in a glove. And then lastly, we have the Boy Scout booth, which has taco in a boat. They also have Nutty Bars, Bomb Pops, water, and Gatorade.
We still need Jackson Lindgren. You could make your way to the ring. Jackson, I know it isn't very loud. Pass it on. Turn to your neighbor and pass it on.
As you start your market heifer show, the orange heifer, I think she comes to the top pretty quick. I think she combines the most of the best in terms of overall balance and eye appeal, yet she has some meat and muscle, and she has some expression through that stifle. Where she separates herself out to the heifer that's in second is when you set her in motion. She handles her hawk and down at the bottom of the pastern better than the heifer that's in second. I think it's a good place to start this particular class. The heifer that comes in second, I like this heifer's shape. I like her skeletal width. And as this heifer walks away from you, she is wider at the base than the heifer that wins this particular class. With that much skeletal width, I'd like to see more expression of muscle down low. I'd like to see her handle that hawk and that pasture better as she gets around the ring. The heifer that comes out third, she has some muscle, she has some shape, she has some meat, a higher cutability type female that just gives up some eye appeal than the heifers that are 1 and 2 in this particular class. With the heifer concluding the class, a heifer I'd like to see further along in terms of market readiness. We'd just like to see more of her in terms of muscle and shape, but a nice class of market heifers.
Congratulations to Reagan Peters receiving first and Jace Fisher receiving second. Also receiving blues, Jackson Lindgren and Olivia Spinner. Now entering in the ring is Class 2 of Market Heifers. Congratulations to one of our graduating seniors who is in the ring right now, Anna Beetlesbacher. Let's go ahead and give her a round of applause.
Another good class here, Market Heifers. And the heifer that I'm going to start with, I think she just combines the most of the best, and she's just the most flexible off both sides of her body when you set her out in motion. I realize this is an end date here today, but still, when you set her out, I still like the flexibility that she has. When you get in behind her, she's big and square at the top side of her shoulder. She's big and bold on the top side of her rib and square about her loin. She has some shape up out of her hip. For me, if I was to change her, I'd like to see more muscle expression as she carries down low into her twist, but still, she has that advantage in terms of overall balance and flexibility than the heifer that's in second. The heifer in second, yeah, as far as cutability and sheer shape and muscle and power, she definitely has that advantage in this particular class. She just gets plenty steep out of both sides of her body, and you set her out in motion. I'd just like to see her more flexible, especially in a show ring setting here today. But a heifer that you sure have to appreciate the amount of meat and power that she has, especially as you get in from behind her. And the heifer that concludes the class. Heifer, you have to appreciate this heifer where she is in terms of market readiness, extremely well balanced, gives up some muscle and shape and power as a heifer that's in second, and eye appeal from the heifer that wins the class. But a nice class of market heifers.
Congratulations to Anna Beetlesbacher receiving first and Jarrett Westhoff receiving second. Also receiving blues, Kendra Shipper. Now entering the ring, we have Class 3 of our Market Heifers. In this class, we have our rate of gain champions in the heifer portion. Tessa Ellenson received third place with an average daily gain of 2.8. Olivia received second place with an average daily gain of 3.12. And William Otkin received first place with an average daily gain of 3.63. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Another good class of market heifers, especially in the top two in the pair in this particular class. For me, what it gets down to is a young man's heifer. You compare them to the heifer that's in second is when you get your hands on them. The heifer that wins this particular class, she's softer to the touch on the top side of her rib and over that 12th and 13th. She's a heifer that's a tick longer as well. And what that means is when when you take her to the rail, there's going to be more product there. Also a heifer, I think it has advantage in terms of eye appeal and just that show market heifer look as you set her out in the ring compared to that heifer in second. A really nice place to start. Not taking anything away from the young lady's heifer in second. I like this heifer in terms of overall balance. She has some muscle shape. She has some expression on the top side of her body. She gets a little bit harder in terms of her touch, especially on the top side of her rib. But a heifer, you really have to appreciate the overall whip that she has, especially on the top side of her body. Nice pair to start this class. The third heifer that concludes the class, really long-sided, that heifer that just gives up some extra eye appeal, some extra muscle expression, an extra look when you put her out here in the ring compared to these other two heifers. But a heifer, you still have to appreciate the length of side and overall balance that she has.
Congratulations to Will Otkin receiving first and Tessa Ellenson receiving second. We're going to go ahead and have our class winners from our market heifer division come back into the ring to select our champion market heifer. Following the selection of our champion market heifer, we are going to move right into our lightweight division of market steers.
Some really high quality females here in your market heifer show, and the 3 class winners that are on the outside. I think all 3 of these heifers have some some similar look in terms of overall balance and eye appeal. The young lady's heifer that wins that 1st class, boy, I like this heifer a lot. Just in terms of just her show look, her show silhouette as you step back and look at her. A heifer for her size. I like her muscle definition. She has some muscle expression as you get in from behind her and you watch her walk away from you. She has some width down at the base, yet she's square and true as she walks away from you as well. Like that heifer quite a bit. For me, if I was to change her, and with this being, judging this as a terminal market ready show here today, I think she needs a few more days on feed to be a little bit more mature and just to put on a little bit more weight and be softer in terms of her touch. But boy, that heifer's sure good in terms of just her overall design and look. The heifer that wins the second class, I like this heifer quite a bit. When you get your hands on the top side of her body, she's soft on the top side of her rib and over top of that loin. She's a heifer that has some shape over the top side of her shoulder, comes back up into her loin as well. A heifer that's extremely well balanced. She's a heifer that may give up some muscle expression down low as you compare the other two heifers in relation to their frame. But a heifer, I still like her in terms of where she is in market readiness. I like her in her overall balance. I like how she handles. I like what she has to offer, not only for a cutability type heifer, but yet in a show ring setting. The heifer that wins the third class, I like this heifer in terms of overall eye appeal. She's cool looking on that front 1/3 of her side of her body, and I think that's important. I mean, I think it's really important for animals to have meat, have muscle, have a real world experience, because these animals are still meat animals. They have to go to the rail. They have to offer something, but we're still showing them in a show ring here today, so they still have to have the look. They have to have the design, the balance, and I think this heifer has that. I think she has the look. I think she has the balance. You get on over top of her, she's big and bold at the top side of her rib. She has some muscle shape out of the top side of her body as well. She has some width of base when you get her out in the move. She has some width through that chest floor. I think a real high quality heifer in that class. For me, if I was to change her though, for her size, I would like to see a little bit more muscle expression and definition through that quarter as you get from behind her. That's being pretty nitpicky on a good heifer. I think all three of these heifers are very good in their own right. I'll go ahead and show you which one I like the best here today. But before I show you which one I like the best, would everyone please give these exhibitors a round of applause?
Congratulations to Will Otkin, showing your champion market heifer. That trophy is sponsored by Brett and Hallie McNaughton.
The heifer that is second in that class, another heifer that has a lot of balance to her. She as well has some shape over her top. What I would like to change of her is when you set her in motion, I'd like to see her freer, more flexible on both sides of her body, but a heifer you still have to appreciate overall balance. With that said, we'll go ahead and select a reserve champion.
Congratulations to Anna Beadlesbacher, showing your reserve champion market heifer. That trophy is sponsored by United Bank of Iowa out of Kingsley. Now moving into our market steer portion of the show today, we're going to start off with our lightweight division, Class 1.
This is another announcement about the ribbon auction. If you are interested in participating in the ribbon auction, you can do so by signing up at the south end of the beef barn. You can do that with Candace. They'll get a picture of you and your animal. as well as any trophies and ribbons that you would like. That picture can be taken either at the concrete backdrop on the west side of the arena or just inside the beef barn. We have 2 options for backdrops. Or if your animal's grumpy, we can take pictures of you where your animal is tied up too. Candace is very flexible, so just let her know what you'd like to do. The ribbon auction, is held at brockauctionco.com. Again, that's brockauctionco.com. There's also a bench that we would like exhibitors to sign, and that bench is in the beef barn as well, and that is being auctioned also on brockauctionco.com.
In your first class of lightweight market steers, I think the steer that starts the class combines the most of the best in terms of just where he is in his condition. He's a steer that's definitely the widest as you get him from behind him over his top. He definitely has that advantage in this particular class. The steer that comes in second, he gives up some shape, especially on the top side of his rib and where he is on the top of his shoulder compared to the steer that wins this particular class. But a steer, as you read him for his external conditioning factors, he is carrying more condition than the steer that's in third. And the steer that concludes the class, a long-sided steer that just needs a little bit, he needs more time. And he's definitely the greenest in terms of his touch over his 12th, 13th rib and his external condition factors. So with that said, would everyone please give the first class lightweights a round of applause.
Congratulations to Nate Murrah receiving first and Michael Murrah receiving second. Also receiving blues, Andrew Murrah.
Your second class of lightweight market steers. There's a steer that comes to the top pretty quick in my mind. This steer is he has a look to him in terms of high appeal and balance. Yet a steer that has some width and expression of muscle as you get in from behind him. He's a steer when you get your hands on him, you have to appreciate how soft he is to the touch, especially on the top side of his rib, and as you feel him up and back up into his loin. A steer, as you set him in motion, he has some width of base as he gets away from you, yet handles himself extremely good as you watch him walk from the side. In my opinion, in terms of phenotype and how they're put together, the second best steer in my mind is a white steer at the end, but he stays in fourth here today just due to the rate of gain rules, and he falls underneath that, so he still has to move further down the class here today, unfortunately. But the steer that's in second, a steer that definitely has more muscle, he has some muscle shape on the top side of his hip as you compare the steer that's in third. He gives up that extra look, that cleanliness, and that show steer look as you look at him from the side as you compare him to the steer that wins a particular class. And then the steer that's third in this particular class is similar to the steer that's in second in terms of just phenotype, length of side, just gives up some power up out of his hip as a steer that's in second. And the steer that concludes the class, like I said, if this steer makes rate of gain, he definitely moves higher up in this particular class here today. But unfortunately, he just doesn't make that rate of gain. But a steer, you still have to appreciate his design, his overall look and balance.
Congratulations to Paul Detloff receiving first and Alexa Worth receiving second. Also receiving blues, Caden Worth and Lillian Harpnow. Now we're going to go ahead and select your champion lightweight division steer and then move on to medium weight.
For your lightweight division, obviously when we get these steers out here, and we talked in this last class and the average daily gain rule, it actually rules out them two steers that are in that first class and not making that weight for average daily gain here today. So by process of elimination, your Grand and Reserve lightweight steers will be the two out of the second class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Paul Detloff showing your champion lightweight steer and Alexa Worth showing reserve champion lightweight steer. Those trophies were donated by Remsen Farmers Co-op. Congratulations to our graduating senior in the class, Colin Danielson. Let's give him a round of applause.
This is another reminder about the ribbon auction. You can sign up for the ribbon auction with Candace just inside the beef barn. She'll take a picture of you and your animal. That picture will be visible on brockauctionco.com. You can also have as many trophies or ribbons with you in that picture as you would like. And again, that will be on brockauctionco.com.
In your middleweight steers, a steer that wins this particular class does so pretty easily. He comes to the top pretty fast, just in terms of sheer power. A steer that's really wide, not only out of the front end, he's wide through his chest, carries it back into his internal cavity. And then when he get in from behind him, he has the muscle expression and skeletal width to match the rest of his body in a really proportional, smooth pattern. A steer that has a lot of muscle shape down his top, yet when you step back to the side of him, he still has that show steer look and that silhouette, what you look for in a show animal when you get him out here in the ring. Yet when you get your hands on him, he's soft enough to the touch in terms of market readiness. Really good steer to start this particular class. The steer that comes out next, a steer that's long-sided, just gives up that extra power and look as a steer that wins this particular class, but a steer that still has an advantage in terms of market readiness and softness of touch over his rib than the steer that's in third. A steer you still have to appreciate the amount of performance that this guy has. And the steer that concludes the class, a steer that's well balanced, he's good in terms of the structural correctness. A steer today to compete against the other two just needs more power, more look, and more cover over the 12th and 13th. But a nice class of market steers.
Congratulations to Sophie Beetlesbacher, receiving your champion medium weight division steer. And reserve champion medium weight division steer going to McKenna Hoffmeyer. Those trophies were sponsored by Brett and Hallie McNaughton. Congratulations to our graduating senior in the ring, Caleb Korselman. Let's give him a round of applause.
In your heavyweight division of your first class, a steer that wins does so rather handily. He's a steer I appreciate quite a bit, and just in terms of his look and his balance, and yet when you set him out in motion and watch him walk away from you, he's square and yet wide at the base as he gets away at all four corners of his body. He's a steer that has some shape over his top. He has some width in terms of skeletal mass. He has the right type of muscle as you get in from behind him as well. And when you get your hands on top of him, he does not disappoint you in terms of how he handles. For me, he is extremely fresh and has the right amount of condition over the top side of his rib, and as you study him back up into his flank and over his loin, extremely good steer to win this particular class. The red steer that comes in second, a steer I like in terms of overall balance, gives up that extra power and shape and just that extra look as a steer that wins this particular class. But a steer you still have to appreciate the eye appeal as a steer in the front 1/3 of his body, just gives up that extra as the one that wins. Nice class of market steers.
Congratulations to Larissa Sitzman receiving first and Caleb Korselman receiving second. Now entering in the ring is our second class for the heavyweight division. And congratulations to our graduating senior in this class, Ashley Beetlesbacher. Let's give her a round of applause.
Another high-quality steer in your second class of heavyweights. I think he wins this class pretty easily. He's a steer that really grabs your eye when he walks out here in the ring. Love the front 1/3 of his body. He's really long and extended about his front. Just has that show steer look to him in terms of his head and neck and how he ties into the rest of his body. He's a steer that's big in terms of his forearm and his foot. He's big up out of his hip. He's a steer that's extremely complete and really eye-appealing. Good steer to win this particular class. The steer that comes out in second, the steer, you still have to appreciate the amount of meat and muscle this guy has in him down his top, a higher cutability type steer, a steer that just gives up that extra look as a steer that wins this particular class, but a nice steer nevertheless.
Congratulations to Ashley Beetlesbacher receiving first and McKenna Hoffmeyer receiving second. We're going to go ahead and bring back in our first and second place individuals from our first class of heavyweight market steers to select your champion heavyweight steer. Following this, we are going to select the Grand Champion Market Animal. So we need all champions from our market portion of today to please start making their way back to the ring. Following the selection of our Grand Champion Market Animal, we are going to move right into showmanship. We'll start with seniors, followed by intermediate, and then end with juniors.
Both these steers here in your heavyweight division are high quality steers, and I think they're similar in terms of their build as you look at them from the side. Both steers have a lot of eye appeal, they have a lot of balance, and they just have that show steer silhouette look as you step back and look at them from the side. I think the steer that wins the first class, I love how this steer handles when you get your hands on him. He's ideal and fresh to the touch in terms of market readiness in my mind. He's a steer I appreciate quite a bit too, just in terms of true width at the base. He's a steer as he tracks away from you. He has a lot of width of base, yet square as he gets away at all four corners of his body. The steer that wins the second class, love this steer in the front 1/3 of his body. He's really long and extended about that neck. He's a steer that has some shape as you get in from behind him up top of his body. He's a steer, if we were to change him, I'd like to see a little bit more base width as he gets away from you. But boy, this steer's pretty good just in terms of how he's put together in terms of skeletal build and overall balance. So with that said, I'll go ahead and show you which two I like the best for your heavyweight division.
Congratulations to Larissa Sitzman, showing your champion heavyweight steer. And congratulations to Ashley Beetlesbacher, showing your reserve champion heavyweight steer. Those trophies are sponsored by Farm Credit Services. Again, we're now having all of our class winners or division winners for the market portion of today come back into the ring for our selection of the Grand Champion Market Animal. Following this, we'll move right into senior showmanship. So any individuals in grades 10 through 12, start prepping your calves to bring back to the ring for senior showmanship. Again, we'd like to take a moment to thank our judge, Vaughn Severs, for being with us again today. He grew up on a cattle show operation out of Randolph, Nebraska, then moved on to judging at junior college and continuing his education at the University of Nebraska. He currently lives in Battle Creek, Nebraska, and has judged all throughout the Midwest, and we are very thankful to have him here with us today. So let's give him one more round of applause.
For your champion Grand Reserve overall or in your market division, I'm just going to echo what I said earlier today in your breeding heifer show. It's been a lot of fun to work with your youth out here and the livestock that they've brought out here in the ring, and the quality has been really deep. And actually the presentation, these kids have done, a lot of calves have been through the ring here today that aren't back, or some of them aren't going to get Grand Reserve. But you could tell that these kids have put a lot of time and effort in getting these calves presented out here today. Them hair coats, that feeding them to get them to look right, and just getting them here today, that just don't happen in 1 week, 2 weeks, a month. It takes time, and I know it takes more than just sometimes you as an exhibitor. It's a family type project. And that's what's awesome about 4-H and exhibiting livestock. It's one thing that's different than sports, and you and your family, you guys can work together as a family to try to accomplish one common goal. So I would just like to put my hat off to you and the kids out here exhibiting here today for presenting extremely good cattle. For you that are just spectators watching out on the side, you should be extremely proud of the livestock that they've brought out here to present and show here today. So would everyone please give these kids a round of applause for a great show. Going into the cattle, and like I said in the breeding heifer show, it's one person's opinion on one given day, and I'm just showing you which two that I like the best here. But the steer that wins that performance division, a steer I really like in terms of cutability and width and muscle and power as you get in from behind that guy. A steer that has a lot of balance to go along with that. The heifer that wins the market heifer division, extremely eye appealing in her front 1/3 of her body and long and extended about her neck, level over her top. She has some shape over that loin, shape over the top side of her rib. She has some body to balance her out as well. The steer that wins the lightweight division, a steer that's smaller in terms of his frame, but where he is, when you get your hands on him, he's soft enough to the touch, and I think he definitely won that lightweight division easily in my mind. A steer you have to appreciate his overall balance. The steer that wins the middleweight division, steer as you look and compare him other steers out here, I call this guy the cinder block or Mack truck of the group. This guy is stout from one end to the other. He's wide through that chest floor. As you get in from behind him, he's big and powerful about his hip, yet carries that muscle expression down low into his upper leg in that inner twist, yet extremely well balanced as you step back and look at him from the side. I love that look from the side to him as well. If we were to change this guy for me, I think he's carrying enough condition to go to the rail and be market done here today. However, I'd like to see him have more softness to the touch over his rib. Like to see a few more external factors in terms more fat layering up on the top side of his body and up out of his tail head. Boy, but in terms of just sheer Mack truck and muscle, that one is it. The steer that wins the heavyweight division, this guy is cool to look at from the side in terms of overall balance. A steer I like the most in terms of just when you get your hands on him, being soft to the touch in terms of freshness and market readiness here today. That steer has an advantage over the other steers in this particular drive in that aspect. He's a steer as you watch him walk away from you, and I've talked this in class in his particular division as well. Not only external components of being skeletal wide and just having more to them, he's wide up top, but when you watch him walk away from you, he's wide up front yet wide in the back, but yet square. He doesn't get outside of himself, he doesn't get inside. He stays square and wide to the base as he tracks away from you. I think that's extremely cool about that guy, and he can be wide up top yet square all the way to the base and handle himself as he walks away from you. Really like that steer. For me, I think all these steers, all these cattle out here, extremely good in their own right. There's little things that you can change about all of them, but I'll go ahead and show you which two I like the best here today. But before we select the Grand Reserve, would everyone please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to Laritza Sitzman, showing our grand champion overall market animal. That trophy is sponsored by Greg and Rhonda Ripke.
As we bring that second place steer out, he does another really good steer, and he matches up with these other steers as well. A steer I really like from the side in terms of overall balance, length to side, and he just has that show steer look as you look at him from the side. I think another really good steer to represent your county fair. With that said, I'll go ahead and show you which one I like second best.
Congratulations, Sophie Beetlesbacher, receiving Reserve Grand Champion Overall Market Animal. That trophy is sponsored by Farm Credit Services. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors. We're going to go ahead and move into our showmanship portion of the day, starting with seniors, grades 10 through 12, followed by intermediate, grades 7 through 9, and finishing with juniors, grades 4 through 6.
This is a reminder about our food options. Don't forget, Godfather's Pizza has pizza. They also have monkey bread. They have caramel and cinnamon flavored monkey bread. It's pretty delicious. And then the Boy Scouts have taco in a boat, nutty bars, bomb pops, Gatorade, and water. Our Plymouth County pork producers are working hard back there. They still have some items to sell as well. They've got pork loin, sandwiches, and pork chop in a glove. And exhibitors, please do not forget, if you would like to sign up for the ribbon auction, you can do so just inside the beef barn. You can sign up there, get your picture taken with your animal, bring as many trophies and ribbons for that picture as you would like. There is also a wooden carved bench inside the beef barn. We would like all exhibitors to sign that bench, please. The ribbon auction and the bench will be auctioned off on brockauctionco.com. Again, that's brockauctionco.com.
Again, we would like to take a moment to congratulate all of our graduating seniors who are exhibiting today. We will miss seeing your projects, but know the skills you have learned through 4-H and FFA have helped prepare you in the future. Best of luck with all of your endeavors.
It's a real fun set of kids to work with here in your senior division. And in showmanship, I don't like to go a lot in depth on the mic about what I'm looking for or talk about the kids on the mic. I try to make it more of a one-on-one experience of what I thought they did good and some things that I would like to see them do better. For me, the four individuals on the outside rose above the group, in my opinion, on how they presented their animals. And like I told each one of them, it's not always about what you did wrong. It's usually about what kid did more things better than someone else. So them little things, when you get on to state fair or you go to other national shows, it's the little things that make the big differences at the very end. So I know the intermediates and juniors, if you're on the outside, I'd encourage you to just pay attention what I'm talking about or what I'm looking for, because I will stay consistent in your age divisions. What I'll do is you'll pull out in the ring, and then I'll walk behind you and come out front, making sure I look at where you place your body in that animal, how you pull that calf up next to the animal that's next to you to try to be parallel with them front legs. Also, it's really important for me is how you get that animal set up. Today in showmanship is about presenting your animal to the best of your ability. That doesn't happen today. That happens working with them at home with your family, getting that animal set up, having a family member grab that halter, you step back, you look, then you go back to the calf, see where them feet and legs need to be, and then just repeating it time and time and time. I'm sure a lot of you do that. But that's what it takes. So if you do that repetitionally, that's almost muscle memory. Them calves get trained. They know what to do. So when you come out in the middle, when I pull you up individually in the middle, what I'm looking for is you to walk that calf into its place. Walk that calf into its place and set it up and be confident and competent. That's how that calf needs to look. And then on the outside, making sure that you're in line. You close the gaps. You're always paying attention to where I'm at. Your first priority is always going to be your calf. So making sure you get your calf set up, paying attention to your calf, but just glancing up, just let me know that you're paying attention to where the judge is at. So with that said, would everyone please give these seniors a round of applause, and we'll select you a Grand and Reserve.
Congratulations to Bailey Yower, receiving Grand Champion Senior Showman, and Kylie Allen, receiving Reserve Grand Champion Senior Showman. Now entering in the ring will be our intermediate showman, followed by our junior showman.
for your intermediate showmanship here once again. I appreciate everyone's patience as I walk through and I talk to each one of these exhibitors about what they did good and some things that they could work on. And like senior division, the 2 exhibitors on the outside, they're going to be in your Grand Reserve area. And I think they all did a really good job. There's always things to work on and get better on and improve on. One thing about this group, though, and I do appreciate that, some of these calves are starting to get tired. They're not wanting to get around the ring. I did notice some exhibitors getting out there and getting on that tail and helping their fellow exhibitor out that's in front of you. So I applaud you for doing that. That says sportsmanship, and that says a lot about your character. So my hat's off to you for doing that. And I think you all did a really good job. Before we select the Grand Reserve, would everyone please give these kids a round of applause?
Congratulations to Sailor Yower receiving Grand Champion Intermediate Showman. That trophy was sponsored by Jim and Kim Yower. Congratulations to Tessa Ellenson receiving Reserve Grand Champion Intermediate Showman. That trophy was sponsored by Plendle Feeds.
This is another reminder for exhibitors. Please don't leave here today without signing up for the ribbon auction if you would like. Again, you can do that just inside the beef barn with Candace. She'll take a picture of you and your animal and any trophies or ribbons you would like in the photo. You can have that picture taken right next to your animal if it's tied up. You can take it over by the concrete backdrop on the west side of the arena, or you can take it inside the beef barn as well. There's a backdrop in there, so please don't forget to do that. Also, there is a bench we would like exhibitors to sign. It's right next to Candace in the beef barn, so please don't forget to sign the wooden bench either. The ribbon auction will be available on brockauctionco.com, as well as the wooden bench we are auctioning. It'll also be available on brockauctionco.com. Can I get Taylor DeRocher, Chase Yower, and Jace Fisher to go see Candace when you have a moment? You need to go see Candace to get your picture taken. Again, that's Jace Fisher, Chase Yower, and Taylor DeRocher.
another really fun junior class of showman workout here today, and like we did intermediate and seniors, we went ahead and talked to each youth individually, one-on-one, about what I thought they did good and some things that they can improve on. So I'm not going to elaborate much more, but I thought these kids did an excellent job. But before we select a grand reserve, would everyone please give these kids a round of applause. And I guess before I go ahead and select grand reserve, this will be the last time on my mic, so I would like to thank the Extension and FFA. I'd like to thank you guys for having me this year. It's been an honor and a privilege.
Congratulations to our champion junior showman, Tristan Sitzman. And to our reserve champion, Tenley Bulkey. The junior showmanship trophies are sponsored by Don Konopasek family and Wayne and Julie Beetlesbacher. Again, our judge for today was Vaughn Sievers. Let's go ahead and give Vaughn another big round of applause. He's been with us all day, and he has a little bit of a trek back home this afternoon, so we really do appreciate his time with us today. Thank you, Vaughn. And then one more